Hi everyone, I am Tara, aka Spear Mother, and I would like to welcome you all back to my channel on YouTube, Spirit Teaches Myself, on TikTok, 1974 Light Soul, and I'm also live on Facebook. If you're new to my channel, I always recommend, suggest, and really encourage you to read the description on my YouTube channel, Spirit Teaches Going with Myself, to get a better understanding of what it is that I do bring to the channel. Now, in the background, you can see I have a chalkboard because I'm going to teach a little bit, bring a little bit of stuff forward, and sometimes you can't really see it in the paper, right? Now, today, I said I'm going to be with spirit, talking about spirit and what spirit brings forward, okay? And a lot of what spirit brings forward, what hurts people, okay? Because it takes you out of that normal realm of believing that everything you hear or everything that you was taught is what is and only is and will be. Okay. But it's the part of stepping out and seeing things from a different perspective. Okay, right here I have, okay, the person, both sides, masculine, feminine, okay, and all the chakras, and the seven, revelations, the seven seals, but it's the seven chakras. Okay, you don't have to believe that. It's entirely up to yourself. What I'm explaining to you, open your mind and don't allow them to demonize this for you, okay? Because this is the way to finding God and enlightenment. But you're going to have bumps and hurdles along the way, and you're going to get butthurt, and you're going to get irritated, you're going to get triggered, okay? So I have here, so this here, when you open all the seven chakras, when you open the seven seals, okay, that's when you come to the way to connecting with spirit. Okay, you get your telepathy, you get your psychic gifts, abilities. Anybody that wants to demonize psychics, you better stop reading your Bible because it's filled with psychics, and you call them prophets. You won't believe that probably because you've been taught one way or another. You've been taught to demonize psychics but praise prophets when they are the same thing, and they've gone through that. That was the teaching. But you're saying it's teaching you, oh, you do this, do that, you're a sinner, you're this, you're that. Like, no. They give you misinformation and tell you that the people that bring forward conspiracy theories are the ones with the misinformation. They are the enlightenments. They are the ones that are seeing beyond the veil. They are seeing into the truth, as to being stuck in the illusion of it's this way and only this way. You can't see it from any other perspective. You don't like the Freemasons, but the Freemasons were, possibly trying to show you something which you weren't understanding because it was put in a way that you couldn't. Okay, so it kept you fighting over flat Earth and round Earth, sphere. Okay, so this here, I was looking at different things, and how. Okay, this is how. Okay, that shows the flat Earth in like a globe, right? Okay, yeah. This is like two separate worlds. Okay, Yeah, just 1 second. Okay. So they put this in a bowl. Okay. So you have your planets. Okay. If you look in here, okay, you can see the planets in there. Okay, it's all in a bowl. See? Crystal. People say the glass ball. Okay. Didn't Hillary Clinton say something before about breaking the glass bowl? Okay. Breaking limited beliefs also. Okay. So you have this. Okay, now I'm going to get into something with regards to the flat Earth and the spheres theory. Okay, I've done it before. Don't know how many people caught it, and I put a video up earlier with regards to it. And I can feel somebody really wants to shut me down because certain things are too fucking hard for you to comprehend, and you just want to sit with your narrative, and that's the only narrative that's true. Talk about ego. Okay, so I got myself a, I got a couple of chalkboards, smaller chalkboards today. This here, I'm gonna work with the paper today. Okay, I could, just flip it over, flip it over. So we're gonna flip things. Okay. Okay. So put that down because secret teachings, stones, metals, and gems, fish, insects, animals, reptiles, and birds. Just a little bit of secret teachings. Do I read my books? Not for sometimes when spirit tells me, spirit will just get me to open a page and read something. It's like when you read your Bible, open a page and just point to something. Okay, so today is February 17th, 2026. Okay. So we're in 2026, right? It's like you say that Jesus was born in zero. Okay. Okay. So let's do it this way. Okay. Because some people believe flat Earth. Okay. Flat Earth. A little bit of stuff there. I can't see that, can you? Well, that's a bummer. Chocolate work? I don't know. That sucks, man. Maybe my life. Let's see how well the chalkboard works. Can't put curtains. You can see it. Okay. Let's see if this works. It's my lighting. Need fluorescent stuff. Okay. Ah, fuck it. Fudge it. Okay, so you have flat Earth. Yeah, you're round. Earth. Okay. So let's make it look like your Earth, right? Okay. So that's much like your Earth. Okay. So you have flat Earth, round Earth. Okay. What do they say with regards to Adam and Eve? Right? Adam ate the apple. Okay. So we're going to correct question right now. The apple. Okay. What does the apple signify? Okay. The apple. What's that saying? An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Okay. So an apple a day represents the truth. Okay. The apple represents truth. Right. We all know that. Okay. So let's see. Put this. Okay, here. Here's. Oh, that's not. So here. Okay, here's your Earth. There's your flat Earth. Okay. You know how ships connect, right? When they're at sea and they want to gas up. Okay. You don't have to be into this, but I suggest you do. Okay. So you have ships that connect. The as above, so below. Okay. So below, above, below. Okay. You're talking about disclosure, right? What is the disclosure? You're talking about disclosure with regards to different beings, entities, aliens, what have you, okay? And you say about your demons, okay? Demons live in the lower, right? Okay, so wait. So this, M-A-L-T-H-E-R, mothership. You don't have to believe my theory, but you might want to sit with it because it makes sense. But some people say about wanting sense and common sense, but you don't have no because you're too busy following a narrative that keeps you distracted and fighting over whether, the world is flat or round. Because this here represents it's the coil in the middle, right? It's what connects things. The core, inner earth. Okay. So what if you have the sun in the middle? It's a projection, right? Projects out. It's much like if you put your triangle there. Okay. Okay. So inner earth, here's authorship. You're talking about you're talking about the parallel world. You're talking about the separation, right? What would be the separation? Well, this would be your separation in the middle, the two suns, cutting the sun in half. Okay. But again, wait, there should be a two. Okay. This might be easier because I already have it drawn in here. Okay. Okay. So, we'll use. Okay. So, okay. So you have poles, pole shift, right? Okay. You have the poles, but you say about the ships coming out of the water. Okay. So here's the water. This is water. Water. Don't have to believe me. Okay. So, they're coming out of the water up onto the earth from both sides. Out of the water onto the earth from both sides. Okay. So we got water in here. Okay. Let's see what's another word we use for space. Okay. Because you could look at it as being space because your environment is filled with humidity, right? Water levels. You can take water out completely out of the air without raining, right? This is going to lose some people, and that's just fine. Now we're going to go and say, okay, on a spaceship, what do? They have shields, right? They have shields. Donald Trump wants to call it the Golden Dome. So there's the shield. Okay, this is the shield here. So SHIELD. Would it be the ozone or the firmament? Meaning of permanent, not permanent, permanent. Meaning of permanent. Keep putting permanent. Okay, permanent, right. Okay. So this was his dome. Put dome. Okay. Actually, we'll take that dome out of there because this is kind of the dome. Okay. So we have the shield that's permanent with the zeals. What the heck? I thought I turned my phone off. Okay, ozone layer. Okay, what is the ozone layer? Okay, so the ozone layer, it's the gas, right? So what color do we have here? Okay, so we'll go with the blue. Okay, we have this as being the ozone layer, which gives the round Earth effect. So this is the force field. Ozone. Not very good. Okay, so this is a better sketch of it. Okay. So force field would give, nothing can get in or out, right? But you'll say about the ships and disclosure and what have you, and people are saying that it's all a simulation and what have you. But sorry, are you understanding it? People are talking about the mothership. You're talking about the world separating. Well, how else do you think the world would separate? Sit, really, I'm going to tell you to actually sit with it. How do you figure the world? You have one world, one globe, but you say that the world is separating. Okay, you're saying the good and the bad, right? Parallel worlds, as above, so below. The projection going the sun. The sun is two. The sun beams outward, correct? A mirror. You say about the mirror. What I? Okay, put it to this way, okay? With regards to the moon, you say the moon landing, right? Okay, sit with this for a minute, okay? When they show you the moon landing from the 60s, they show you something that looks much like a fucking tin can, right? And they say, oh, well, we lost the technology. So you have a tin can made of basically tinfoil, okay? But somehow man went to the moon and something like that. But the spaceships and the technology that they have today, they can't get to the moon. Okay. How do I explain this? Yeah, I know somebody's trying to stop me from bringing them forward, and it's like sad for you, right? Flip the flip. Okay, so let's take this. Six. Let's just show you something. Okay, so I'm gonna make this clear. Okay, so if you look, okay, you don't like this, okay, you have the birds, and I've done it before. Okay, so you have the triangle here, and you have the triangle here, the pyramid. You have, what is it? Oh, okay, so this would be okay. The masculine points up and the feminine goes in the V. The masculine goes, okay, pyramid. Yeah, So it's flipping it. Here's really trying to show me this. Okay, much like a spin top. The cone. The cone has the funnel, and here's the spiral. And if you look at this, do it here, okay? It looks like an apple core, right? When you eat an apple, you have the top here and you eat through the middle. That leaves the core. They come out from the core onto the earth. Out from the core onto the earth. You're seeing at both ends of the world, both parts of the world, right? You're calling it Project Bluebeam. Project Bluebeam. You know, the Mandela effect. Beam me up, Scotty. Beam me up, Scotty. And if you're there, it's like it's upside down. So beam me up, Scotty. So it's like the elevator, right? The elevation. Crown, root. Go ahead and but the earth is right here. So you say, what is it? You say the earth is the one rotating? It's spinning? And it's coming off its axis. But it's coming off the axis. And what's happening right here? It's shifting, it's separating, right? It's shifting and separating. You look at a ship in water, okay? Tankers or whatnot, they come up and, they refill. How do they refill? They hook into one another, correct? You take, okay, you take and you have two triangles, okay? Two triangles. Put them together. What do you have? You have and looks like that. Do I have it? I can feel the matrix trying to separate this, trying to shut it down because it's like it's trying to shut me down because I can feel it in here. It's like trying to, it's like trying to remove the sword of Aaron, trying to remove the tongue. Okay? But like I said before, you can try and remove the tongue, but the tongue will go back. I don't learn languages anymore. Told you. I think I can. 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 I think. Spirit just has me finding something. I bet I a picture that I took. Mhm. I appreciate bearing with me. Like spirit takes me where spirit wants me to go, and if you're patient, thank you. My channel's not for everyone. Make you laugh, make you cry, piss you off. I want to me off my head. Hey, ever see a fly close up? And our spirit is like, yeah. I'm gonna say, no, te That was I was on the moon. I took a picture of the moon and I zoomed in on it. Yeah, I got cracks all over it. See right there? Okay, what's it shaped like? Shit, disappeared. That was like a star. And then that was a star and I zoomed in on it. So that's what I meant. So this is like the diamond. That was in the sky. Okay. This here, when I took a picture of the moon and I zoomed in on like I kept zooming in on the moon, that is what I got. It's like a cube, right? So, okay, you say the cross. Okay? So this is like, okay, you put it this way, put it sideways, okay, okay. So you have this is separation, just like this. So I'm showing you here. You still have the cross. Four corners of the line. 1, 2, 3, Sure. You say the earth is round, right? The earth is round, you put triangles on the top of your houses. Box, just like a boy, which we're living in a box. Limited release. Right? And you put, okay, so everything goes to the top and gets locked in, locked, right? Whereas if you have, say that's your house, and you have around you, like upstairs, okay? And I now know, like, his name is John, and he's a Baptist. Okay? So I resonate with John the Baptist type thing with regards to that. I'm not getting biblical, but you're going biblical. So the ceiling upstairs, it's like the dome. You look at different architecture from old ancient civilizations. You have some that everything is boxed in, and then you have. Is your head pointed, or is it rounded? Yes, up with it. Okay, what's in the middle? What's in the middle of your head? Say your head is the earth. Okay, I'm going with what spirit takes me to, and it's going to lose a lot of people, but that's what have you. But sit with it. You're saying the earth is round. You're saying the earth is flat, but somehow this theory cannot come into play, considering you talk about the apple, and that is the core of the apple. The seeds, what's in here? The seeds. Okay, so in here, you have your gums. Yes. They take you into, you go in earth. Yeah. Plant life here, that's where everything grows, right? Your DNA manipulation, DNA, like experimenting on humans. Where do you think they're experimenting? They're taking from both planes, right? You're saying about the alien races, but somehow my theory is just too fucked up for you to understand. And people say, "Oh, well, the round Earth." You'll say that it rotates, it spins. Okay, so you got the theory that the round Earth, it rotates, it spins. So let's see, the moon, it doesn't go anywhere, does it? So if the moon doesn't go anywhere, then how exactly is the moon round? How does that theory work for you? Oh, goddamn fucker. Seriously! Watch The Matrix. They have them underground, right? Some people say you're stupid, you're an idiot, you're a moron, you're this, you're that. With all due respect, I'm not the one fighting over flat and round Earth because you say it has a curvature. Flat Earth people are right. Hey, if the Earth is spinning, how are you like the flying aspect of it? So you say like, okay, clockwise and counterclockwise. Some people, they'll see the toilet, like when it flushes, swirls one way, and others will see it swirling another. Is it possible that one is swirling this way, clockwise, and the other one is swirling counterclockwise? Because if you look at some of the calendars, okay, you look at some of the ancients, when they say about when they died, when they were born and when they died. Some will go and go forward in years. And some you look at and it's like, oh, let's say 357, they were born. And they died in 326. Have any of you ever really looked and comprehended that? You know, your calendars are different. People are saying that China and the countries like that, they're in the 4,000s, but somehow we're in the 2,000s, and Ethiopia or other countries are in the hundreds and, you know, the 1100s, what have you. You won't believe that, right? People have been bringing it forward. But you won't sit with that because you think everything is the same everywhere. Why the fuck do you have time zones? If everybody's living in the same time, why do you have time zones? And you know, sit with that. Like seriously, you say people will say the moon is fixed. Okay, because the way the moon comes out, the way the sun comes out. The separate two separate planes of existence, two ships are rotating, right? They're shifting. So they're shifting separately. One's going clockwise, the other one's going counterclockwise. Moving through time. Moving through time. What is the portal? So the sun is the portal. And that's why when I see in the vision, or when I was standing out on Easter of 2020, the year of the supermoon, I was staring out at the sun, and all of a sudden, the sun swirled, and it opened up to the sky. And if you ever taken like I've taken a picture of the sun, and in the middle of the sun, people say, "Oh, well, that's just because of your camera. You're hitting the lens." Do you hear that? You're hitting the lens, the black hole. Look in your eyes. What do you have in your eyes? What's that black thing in the middle of your eyes? You call it a pupil, right? The pupil is a black hole. Is the pupil hollow? You stick a needle in your eye. I've told people many times, look at yourself as the earth, okay? The human body is much like the earth. The mother and father are shifting. This is where they're making things. This is where they're splicing DNA in here. I had that vision, like it was really fucking weird because I was going down It was like I was going down a big hill, but it was like as I was going down the hill, it was like there was I was seeing through almost like a window, and there was a fucking planet right there. People are saying about the ice wall. Is the force field the ice wall or the perceived ice wall? You know, it is made up of specific particles, right? What is it? What's that stuff that nitrogen? You say when you see your planes go, people say about how it crystallizes. It crystallizes, it gives that glossy effect, right? The see-through effect. And a ship can make itself look like anything it wants, right? Where if your Earth is shifted, correct? Your tectonics or whatever. Don't you get it? It's this here moving. The loading dock. Parece Korean. Yes, yes, Korean. But you won't get that because they're telling you, oh, it's like gases and what have you. You know, nitrogen is a gas, right? It's a form of gas, correct? So these are the poles. So when you go off the Earth, you say there's a curvature. When the ships go up, so there's a curvature. So what they have, what they're like, if they're getting perceived planets, which they haven't, they have to go through the poles. Okay, I have a compass here. Okay? Now, I'd love to be able to do this. Why is it continuously moving? You point it upwards, and it's continuously moving. You'll say this for sure. Okay. So how can I do this? Okay. So I'm pointing this way, and it's saying southwest. 222 on the timer. So if I'm pointing this way, and I'll put it upwards, and I'll point it to the cube. Oh, if I'm pointing up, how is it still saying southwest? Do it. Southwest. Down here. It's just switched. But now I have it upside down and it's pointing Southwest. Quelle tourne, ouais. Cancel. Piss off. Cancel. Up is pointing southwest. When I point it that way, it's pointing southwest. So it's saying this way is southwest. It's saying that way is southwest. Okay, so now we'll go this way. That's saying northwest. I'm pointing it flat, saying northwest. Still, northwest or northwest. And it's saying that upward is northeast. Okay, so let's point it towards me. It's saying I'm north. And now it's saying that's west. Okay, do it that way. That's saying south. So let's point it downward. It flips. Now it's saying south is up. Holy shit, piss off. So now the arrow's pointing and saying, what? Saying that's east. So if you lay it flat and you turn it, it's flatter. The only way it shifts is if, like, but people say, oh, you're stupid, you're stupid. You just seen it. Go fucking download this for yourself and see what you get. It doesn't say about up. It won't give you up because it went, when I pointed this way, it was southwest. When I pointed up, it was southwest. So that's what I said in a thing. You know, both theories, in a way, are correct. But in the end, it's like the core. It's the spiral. You know, they say the Earth is upside down. Gravity, gravity, the magnetic pole, like each ship has its own magnetic field on the bottom, and that's how. And then that would be, you think of a magnet. How does a magnet work? Well, but they're opposites, but put together, right? Take two magnets and put them together. two magnets. Okay? It's the same. Watch this. Going to put them together. They resist. See? Good. What's happening? It's rotating. One's going clockwise. The other one is going counterclockwise. See? It just sticks on the end. Are you awake yet? What do you think? They're disappearing in the ground, right? And then they're going somewhere else and they're saying, like, you've been abducted. You have your rituals underground. See, now I put it around the other way and they connect. Okay? Connecting. Flip it. It does not want to stay. See? What do you say about the ship? See? Like, oh. See, now they're not. Oh, it's because you have to go like that. And they'll connect together. Flip them over. They're repelling. And I'm not doing that. It's doing that. It won't connect up here, but it'll connect over here. But hey, you know, I don't know. I don't know nothing. Why do you think that you stars and things to navigate? But certain people who go to church or religion will say that that's of the devil, that's demonic. Go fuck off in the corner and blow up. Seriously. Go in the corner, grab your little toys, and act like a little child, which children know more than you fucking know. Because they have sense enough to question things. We are the ones that shut them down and tell them that, no, you don't know nothing. They know fucking more than you do. You just don't want to listen to them. So, seriously, go get yourself, get your tablet, get your phone, and download Compass. Southwest, southeast, north, northwest, southwest. There's never just, you say east, never eat shredded wheat. So why is there never just an east or a west? There's always a north or south connected to it. Like, no, 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 yes, oh boy, that's what I'm like. There's nothing now. I didn't come here. know, you seriously, you're talking about disclosure, but you are denying the disclosure. You call it bigger terms or what have you, but you never realize that it is a shield. It is a force field coming off a ship that's magnetized. So you saw when I said that the two, one's going one way and the other one's going the other. One's going clockwise, one's going counterclockwise. So until you're actually ready to understand what disclosure is, my question is, when are you going to get your head out of your ass? You know, it's like you say the cat chasing its own tail or dog chasing its own tail. Or with the serpent, you have head and the tail and it's chasing its own tail. You said you know, you say Aquarius, is it Aquarius? Images of Aquarius. Okay. What's Aquarius doing? Hmm? What's that in Aquarius? Water. Think of a drain. Okay. Think of your as much as a drain. Okay. It's like it's flooding. So it's taking the okay. What does a drain do? Okay, because you have your own air. Okay, this is your drain. And what happens? It funnels. Torekiamota inutusiari. Human body. It's like your organs, your small and large intestines and your tubes and stuff like that. That's part of the consciousness. So you got water, then all of a sudden you say the water disappears. They're stealing our water. Is it a funnel system? You know, you got this here. This would be the end of the ground root system. Okay? And then your root system, your root system here, here, goes this way, goes that way. As above, so below. Here's your tree. Okay? Put our leaves on it. that's the leaves. Then what do you have that goes down here? You have the roots, right? So everything goes this way, and everything goes this way. Trunk, roots this way. Flip it. Not coming up here, right? You see the earth rotates, and the sun goes around. And if you look up and you see the shifts, what's happening? They're constantly moving, constantly vibrating. But you'll still fight. Okay, here's your water. Here's your water here. Here's your water here. You know, if you look out at a ship, you know, you can have the mirror image of the curvature. But you'll say, okay, the earth is round, and why the fuck don't you fall off the edge of it? Because you say, oh, it's constantly moving, right? Well, if it was constantly moving, would like you really be getting anywhere? Okay, plane gets turbulence. What happens in turbulence? Because what happens in space turbulence? When you know the ship gets hit, plane gets hit with debris, or the turbulence in the plane. What happens? The plane will go out of control. Right? You see, there's a yellow sun and a white sun. So you went from seeing a yellow sun to seeing a white sun. So what do you think happened there? What flipped? Did the lens? Is there a crack in the lens? What happens when you get a crack in the lens? It continues to crack, right? And you shot and it shatters. You get a mirror, you get a crack in the mirror. It splits. You hit a window, what does it shatters? But you'll say it's super photography when certain things in the movies and stuff like that are in there that the lens sees what you think. It picks up on what the naked eye can see. So they a lot of the time they tell you, oh, well, that's because of the way it's angled, stuff like that. In a way, because it's seeing around the corners that you're not seeing, right? web, when they do the web is much like a mirror system, right? Okay, if you've ever watched Once Upon a Time and you did the part where the evil queen the sends her counterpart and Emma to a mirror world, they can see out and see everything, but no one can see them. And it's one on the plane. So please tell me why nothing you say north, south, east, and west, but nothing ever shows just east to west. It's always north or south. And now it's saying that way is southeast, and earlier it was saying it was northwest. Seriously. But that's the thing. People will tell people that they're stupid, but they won't. You'll tell them they're stupid for the simple reason that you won't go check something out. You will go by what they're telling you. And I'm showing you. Doing this. Oh, hold on. Very slightly. Okay. It's saying east is that way. And southwest is this way. Southeast is this way. So east and west. So where am I at? Okay, west. But it's staying on east right now after I said that. But when I go up, so in order for that to happen, when you have to have two parallels, so I can put that like that in space. I know that like you're thinking, well, why did what order did I take to there? So it is. It's like when they had it turned off, it was like this was connected. It was the apple and it was the pear. They're opening up. What was once hid is now being exposed. This is the part that's being exposed. Beyond sea. yourself with. Oh, you know. So the diamond in the rough. The earth is a diamond in the rough. It's like, say the earth went out of orbit. People say the flat earth. Okay, so if the earth went out of the flat earth went out of the orbit, so the spaceship went out of orbit. The earth is the place where, like, okay, you know, where you grew up. They say where you were born. Okay. Much like the home ship, right? Nothing looks familiar or feels familiar. It's like the abduction. You go, you're in one and you're taken to another. And now they're crossing over. And that's why you're seeing more and more doppelgangers. You say about cloning. What is cloning? It's much like an astral projection, right? You're duplicating yourself and they're duplicating, you know? Where do they keep the secrets? In the dark. In the in-between. The in-between means you're, you're beginning to see Alice in Wonderland, which you call the veil. Or to say it's thinning. That's why they say the human experience, or well, human experience, but the human experiment. famous one, Noah's Ark. You say that Noah's ship was a ship. It was an ark, right? Noah's Ark was a spaceship and it's connecting to drop off passengers. It's like the part of repopulating, right? But they're saying you have too much population, so they're going to make you sick. What did they do before? Okay, you went into each other's world. Okay, so what did they do? They opened the drain and the flood came in. Think of the Titanic. You know, they say it didn't happen, but it wasn't the actual Titanic. It was the other ship. The Titanic was actually built in another time, much like the Ark. Right? So you have, right? Okay. Like Noah's Ark had no real windows, right? You say it was made of the how do I explain? See that? That's an Ark. Get that? Now I want you to look on your phone and see what it shows you. Look at that! They don't recognize. Significant yesterday. Let me help you with that. What's that little icon there? Huh? Look familiar? The rainbow, right? Only it gives different colors. Anyway. And it's a broad stroke flow. So when you look at one, okay, one will people describe it as being this way. Putting root chakra, which putting the fear first, fear in the mind, because that's tough. I did. I put it upside down. Now, hey, I'm getting all full. I'm like a little kid. I got marker all over me. My granddaughter made me so scared. She got marker on my coach by accident. Like, oh, watch it. See? I'm like, okay, it's okay. So then you have it same way. So you have it here. You have it here. So the Wi-Fi, it bounces. You get it because you can only connect with your own website. You can only connect with Earth. But for some reason, they're putting in, what are they called? Towers. Homes. 5G genocide. So please tell me, okay, because you have phones, okay, and have all this technology, right? Before they put in the towers, people were getting great, like you were getting the perception of you still had, what have you. And then they started, the more towers they put in, everything started messing up, right? Everything started sending off distortions. Because see, your cell phones and you yourself, right, are able to connect with the mind because your mind is like a cell phone. Not saying it, I'm saying that you pick up on frequencies. You get irritated with certain frequencies. I know somebody who, people eat chips and just the sound of it irritates them. When it's like a trigger, okay? When you have okay, what's keeping gravity are more of the ships. It's like one's pulling down and the other's pushing up. Okay, just okay, so you do it that way. It connects. Okay. It's like much like it's like they're drawing to each other. They're drawing it to you. If you take and you flip it, yeah, and you're repelling it. I did that. I should have went that way, but you get the point, right? It's here. You put it down here. It connects, right? How many of you have actually sang in the sun over England, right? Has the rainbow colors, and that's the sun on outside of it. People are showing on it because it's the rainbow. So think of a golf stopper, okay? Think of the golf stopper, okay? Colors. Mhm. Okay, let's see if we find out. Okay. So let's according to the earth. Okay. Okay. So the Gobstopper. Okay. So how many of you? There it is. Okay. Yeah, God, I wish I would love to have Gobstopper here. Okay. So you have in the center of the red. Okay. Orange. Yellow. Green. Blue. Didn't say I was an artist. Shows you a minute. That's open. Happen to like coloring. Or somebody you get the picture, you don't have to color it all in. Well, I happen to like coloring. If you don't like my channel, you don't have to be here. You know what? You look the same way you came in. It's like a gold stuff, right? Now, when people are taking pictures, you see the goals, right? Black color. So still signifies the chakras, crown, third eye, throat chakra, heart chakra, solar plex, sacral, and the root. trying to show, okay, because when I said the really thinking people with the black hole, okay, you are birthed through the root, right? You're born sacred. You're birthed through, so that's the black hole. So you come out, you start out there, and you come out into, you know, the baby. Spirit's trying to show me how to explain this because somebody wants me to shut myself down. Is that part of living through it? That happens in this is the beginning of the universe. You go through the whole black hole. And then you start moving. You create from the original law. You come into a world full of fear, rage, anger, hostility. You have to learn to see the good things in the world. So you sit in the computer, then you move more up into the solar plexus. You start really waking up and going more, seeing things a little more clearly. Shit. Somebody doesn't like me explaining it that way, Right. So then you're in the sacred, you do the this is like culture. So come out of the sacral or the solar plex or lives here, and you start feeling things through the heart because then you allow your third eye to see more of what's it's like a spiral. Core of the earth. What's it that you say about a big ball of fire at the core of the earth, but you say it's a blue sky, right? Seriously. You say the core of the earth is a ball of fire, molten lava, molten fire, lava, right? But you describe your sun as I feel it like I can feel that. It's like some trying to make sense of it, and to some it won't because you'll just laugh and you'll say, it's retarded, the earth is round, flat. Well, are you sure? Or is it just yet another illusion that we've been told? Flat earth, what do you say about the wall, the ice wall, but when you look on the globe, there's no ice wall. You say the ice wall so you don't fall off the earth. Well, do you realize that it is like it gives the illusion of one or the other, but the actual it's a spiral. look at your look at your like your galaxies and what have you. Look around. It's everything is a spiral, right? But you like in ways you believe you live on a fixed. What would set up a protection for a planet? You say certain things that you know what you say in science, but how was that created? What gave it? You know, because it's like when you're creating, it's really you're moving in a flow state, right? So you go like this, or do you move the flow? What happens when you start spinning around in place? You see everything spinning, right? So when you're spinning in place and you see everything spinning, you're getting this projection. You see your earth is doing that. You're not getting this, but you're seeing it when you spin. It's like each one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, you say you have an equator on the world. Okay. Bleh. Okay. You say you have an equator. And what does the equator signify? It's, yeah, I know. È letto comodo, è sicuro. So is the equator actually signifying the, the separation which you would call the ice wall? Find out. And if you don't, So, heck, maybe you can also be like, but you only have one equator, right? Right. Well, this would put you into the pi theory. You know, is anybody like catching on yet? Saying like it's the Earth is shifting, it's coming off its axis. So if they're going, if they're going in the opposite, you know, so is the black hole, does that represent the moon, or does the moon represent the black hole? My question is, and it's gonna be weird because people will say that the if you look at the moon and the way it's designed, okay, let me okay. So look at the moon. Look at the moon right there. Okay, You say those were like craters or whatnot, right? As the shadows. You say the moon is a satellite. Okay? You learned it, so is it possible, given the, some of the images that we have of the moon, and you say it looks like it's a replica of the Earth, right? Is it possible that when you're looking at the moon, you're looking at the Earth from a reflection? Because you say the Earth, you say the moon is hollow. Some say it's a unnatural satellite. Are we the workers? Are they doing this stuff to say, like, we're the only ones that can go on the top of the moon? Because they hit the moon, right, for what, 8 hours? Because if you look at space, okay, if the force is great enough, what happens? Everything separates, right? It doesn't separate. You take a clump of dirt and you start spinning it. What happens? It starts separating, correct? It doesn't stay in one pile. So if dirt doesn't stay in one pile, then please tell me if everything is spinning and they're explaining the round earth theory, it would actually separate. Seriously, do the experiment yourself. Take a lump of sand and then have something just spin and see how long that sand stays in place. I said, when I went in Stars and Galaxies, I could not, I was taking the course and I could not stay in it. And the reason why I couldn't is because I kept affiliating it with the human body. I started seeing it from different different perspectives, as you can see here. Nikola Tesla says it's like realms. That's the spiral. It's spinning. So please, like, scientists are going to say, no, that's not true. Like, it stays. It actually separates. That's why when you get a breeze of wind, does dirt just settle there? Fuck no. What happens? It starts spinning and blowing, correct? But that's too much common sense for the human brain to comprehend because it's so simple. Sand is like stardust. It's constantly moving. So something is constantly moving, especially like stardust. Earth, you say, oh, it gets compacted. But doesn't it start off as like it starts off as particles, and yes, they do start coming together. I understand that. But it would never be perfectly round. It's something that we always feel because of the debris, correct? So spinning on its axis. Can you do it right? Okay, now I'm going to take you to, okay, so it like, could be four triangular ships connected into one. So spinning on the axis, so two ships are connected together. Right? The axles are connected. What happened? I think I did that. I looked at something yesterday. Hydraulics. What do you think that it's possible that they only show one side of the moon? Because when you're looking at the Earth, you can only see one side, and that's the side you're on, correct? So now we're going to go to. I was sitting with Spirit yesterday. I went to ride a horse. We talked about the chariot, right? How did they make? How did they make this? Smokes. Here, I'll do that. Here's your wheel. You see it on the left. Okay. Here's the slopes. Okay. Oh shit. Back to this. Okay. So you have your wheel. Okay. Say it's just say car, we'll use chariot. Okay. Because in ancient times they had a chariot. Okay. Here's your, here's your horse. Okay. Not a very good horse, but it's more like a dinosaur. Oh, goddamn dragon! I never know what that. That's the book was in high school career. Okay, okay, so there's your dragon. Okay, here you are. little like her. I didn't say I could draw that well. Okay, so you have spokes. Okay, so the spokes would actually also act as a propeller, correct? Okay, so maybe it would go in water. The vehicle that went in the water on Earth and in the sky. Okay, so then it was like really shocking that so when it went in the sky, its wheels like I seen the car there. I seen this yesterday before I seen this video. The wheels would come inward and up under and hook and create the magnetic movement would start moving, creating a wind farm. So it could drive on the pavement, go on water, and float. That's right. Okay, I was right. I was going to look to see it, like it was like because like okay, it's like the force. Gravity pulls you down, but it's the energy force pushing you upward. Right? So as you become enlightened within yourself, right, you can feel the energy, and it's like that magnet push and pull. Okay, most of the time when you put your hands like this, unless you kind of override it, you can bring your hands together. Sometimes it feels uncomfortable. Okay, when it feels comfortable, that's the part where you are connected with both your polarity, your masculine, feminine, and yin. Right? You're connected. But in a way, okay, yin and yang, when you look at yin and yang, like there's yin and yang. Okay, so it's coming together, right? It's there. But doesn't that seem like a divider? So you have, so you have the black side and you have the white side. Okay, light and dark. Okay, so then you come along, okay? So what is the gray space? See, in the yin and yang, you're seeing one side or the other. Okay, one side or the other. Okay? So when you're in this gray space here, okay, there you can see. Okay, so then you have gray space. Look at the gray space is the red. That looks weird. Looks like a Pokemon ball. Okay, we'll go with that. Okay, so you have the gray space. All right. So what's happening in that gray space? The gray space is much like you are seeing, right? So this is where you could say the gray space would be beyond sea. You see here and see here. You see the light and the dark, but you don't see the creation in the middle. If you look, the birth comes from one to the other. Which I have that. The Sphinx itself is actually a ship, if you haven't clicked into that yet. And that's what it looks like when it would be all lit up. You see that there? See? It goes like that and up like that. This here is the spaceship. That looks like wings, correct? Like feathers. I had that checked out. And they said it was not a natural. So it wasn't man-made. That was on a water tower just 500 feet. Okay. So here, what they're doing, okay, because when I say about your energy, when I say about the force of the like, okay, this is what it is. Think of okay, think of wheels. Okay, when you have wheels, okay, what happens? And they spin. Okay, you sit there, it's coming through. Okay, so we put it under, it's spinning like this. You look at a plane, they have the propellers, right? It looks like a fucking tire. Only they're up like this. What's that emotion like you said after you're not really like when you're going this way, you're kind of you're trying to spin, right? But when you're spinning this way, you're actually cutting the air. So it's giving you that little effect. Like you're talking, right? You know that. At least you should. So why is it that they're building tires the way they do and making them heavy? They say, oh, because it rides. You know, anytime I'm driving on tires, it's fucking, you hit a five hole and the tire goes up. But if you put it spinning in the opposite direction, it's not going to touch the ground. You look at a helicopter. The helicopter doesn't have it, does it? And the helicopter can lift off right in place, right? So if the helicopter lifts off right in place like that, then why is it that they have planes? Helicopters are still flying? Some say, well, they're not going in the direction, or they're not going as fast. You know, they really need to be teaching the truth in school because they don't really, you're not allowed to question anything. And if you question anything, well, you're creating mistakes because you won't let go. People don't believe in dragons. Well, you know, that's pretty sad for you. And all two is on my timetable. Would be pretty bad. That would be pretty sad for you if you could be like, they'll tell you that my theory is like a little bit too. But hey, you know, I just showed you. Is it possible that the only reason why you see one side of the moon is because you're actually looking at that side of the earth, looking at the opposite side of the earth, and it's giving you a mirror effect? People say it's a simulation, matrix. Well, where did they do stuff like that? They do it in laboratories, right? And what was Noah's Ark said to be? It was a laboratory. You just say that he put a whole bunch of animals on there. You really thought he went around and loaded up a bunch of fucking animals on the ship? He took the DNA. That's why you're finding stuff dead, bones buried, because he couldn't take it with him. He couldn't take it all with him, but he could create a laboratory. Where's the laboratory? Well, there's a laboratory, but you're seeing the silhouette of the Earth as the moon. That's why people are saying it's like it's a satellite. You know, when you're not seeing the sun and the moon, could it be the ship is like the arc is rotating itself? It's like a glass door and you see outward, but you're just in one fixed place, going almost like it's like going around in circles because you keep seeing the same vicinity. You're fixed. You say the moon is fixed in place. See, when they say if you hit the moon, force it frees what's closed within. When Hillary Clinton said about the glass, breaking the glass, the mirror, the reflection, you look in a window when it's hazy out or like when it's dark out, you see a reflection. You look at those doors where you can see out. It's like it looks clear. Well, you can see out, but nobody can see it. Set up a room. You know, excuse me, you can have just show okay, because when I was looking at this, okay, you have your building level, right? And you have your utility room, boilers. Wouldn't you people all start fucking shitting if all of a sudden your building started lifting up off the ground? The way Noah would get wet from the flood, he just lift it up and went out. Was it one ship flooding the other ship? You know, flooding the experiments, right? You gotta take off. They flooded it. Floods it. So to win one ship, you grab as much DNA as they could because Noah was a giant. And Noah was albino, and people say that white people was not here until the 1600s, but Noah was white. It was albino, all whites. So but Noah's Ark was a ship, just not one that went in the water. And it was the laboratory. It didn't go and collect a bunch of different animals. It collected the DNA. Hence, you say things that went extinct so many years ago, but somehow in places they are. You can do that or not, and you can continue to fight over your flat Earth and round Earth. You can fight over the moon as whether it's real or not. I just told you what the moon is. That's why you'll look at it and say, oh, it's like a cooking show. It gives you whatever illusion it wants you to see. You think of, okay, Saturn and has the rings around it. Has the rings around it, right? So the ring is actually the split. It signifies much like the equator. So this is Saturn. It said there was life in the black hole, the flood, is actually the birth when the baby's born, right? That's when you get the flood of water. It floods, it floods out onto the floor. Okay, so let's, you know, be creative here. Okay, we use the rings of Saturn. So the rings of Saturn. Okay. Rings of Saturn. Okay. You could explain it much the same as a gobstopper if you wanted to. You had the center, and then you had the rings around it, much like a tree. A tree has the center, and then it has rings around it, correct? So the Earth has rings itself. Saturn has rings exteriorly, much like the sun. Spiritually, in here, there's moon, stars, other little tiny planets. We call it astrology. Well, you would. People who are wrapped up in gold. It's like I just thought it's like each one has shows different versions of it. It's much like four seasons. Yeah, I like it. It's like just how you look at it. My channel is a spirit to spirit, and I'm teaching you how to go in and see things for yourself. If you look at the planetary, right, you have what is it, like 9 planets, sun or what have you. Okay, so when you put that to the chakras, and then you look at what each planet signifies. Okay, so creation started off as dust, particles, cells. Zoology, okay, it's, I know you're thinking, well, that's good. Zoology. Zoology is the creation of everything. It's everything all intertwined and connected, correct? So in the experiment, see, this is more where the experiments take place. And then slowly it's put out into here. Okay, when they say that the Anunnaki or the fallen angels watchers, okay, up here, right? Fallen angels. You say it come down through creation. Is down, okay? Just one second. So I can get this. Okay. This is the hatch. This is the escape route. That's why they keep it closed off and unsealed. Okay. You say about like the flood of the Tartarian, mud, all the buildings underground. You say about caves and everything like that, but you don't see that it's a whole, pretty much like a whole earth, right? And what do you say about the moon? I'm going to bring you back to this stuff because you're asking, well, why do we only see one side of the moon? You never see the other side of the moon. Because when you're on one and you're looking at the moon, you actually see the other side of the moon. Because the sun is the core of the earth. The sun is the core. It is the core. It's like another force field. That's why it's like it feels like the sunburn. If you look at the sun, if you look at the truth, you're gonna burn. You're gonna. It's like you're gonna have to burn your eyes to see the truth. Burn the fog off, the smoke, the smolder, the gases. الاحتكاك الخيمة والحصة. It's like the AI thing, not flat Earth discussion. No, it's not just flat Earth; it's round Earth. See, it's part of people seeing it from a different perspective. But you forbid people from seeing something from a different perspective because they may just be right, and you don't want them to see the truth. And the truth is actually both gives the illusion of a flat Earth. It gives the illusion of a sphere. You say about asteroids. Do you ever see an asteroid? You know they're banging into them, breaking apart all the time. The only thing that would keep a solid form, it would be a ship because it's not. It's has a certain mat- material materials together. That's why it dings. So like, you look at the moon and you see all the holes in it. Then you when you what were you saying about Can you explain that? It's not because my camera. Similar? Almost looks like some coin of. Okay. Now we're gonna go to this. So what's that black there? Is that the cockpit? Because it looks very similar to a man sitting in there. Now let's go here. Whatever it is. You see the green over here? And then you see the star there. Now, right there. Looks like a face, correct? That's it right there. That's even closer. So in that, is it possible that it's a dragon? That looks like a check. And if you look at that close enough, it almost looks like a face. trying to think here. So that way. I appreciate. Yeah, I gotta go back to doing that. Eating my fruits and vegetables and just mostly that. Okay, if you look at that, it's a double rainbow. And I put it on earlier. The blue is up at the top on the top one, and it's on the bottom. And it's like the ring. So yes. Stuff like that. You're gonna tell me that was the lens of my camera? That's how I drew zoology. Okay, so with this thing, you watch the series Star Trek, Star Wars, and War of the Worlds. Okay, so in those, especially like not, yeah, I just heard the word the bee. I watched that years ago. I remember that. Yeah, it's like blah, blah, blah. You know, right there, it was like, oh, she's a lizard, she's a lizard, she's a lizard, she's a lizard, she's that. She's a reptilian. You know, you all have reptilian. How do, okay, how did people, okay, you say you were made from, where did the ape, they had to create the ape originally from something else, correct? I know you say this or that, right? But when when they're DNA splicing, trying to recreate, and they're working with DNA, they start with the simplest thing, correct? What would be the simplest thing? What would be like your spine, and everything comes out from it. So, this is you say it all started with the serpent. Here, Eve, get the apple. Come on the ship. Okay, female as the reproductive, right? Did Eve give birth to the snake? People, I feel it's like people are like, what? You put in your horror movies of women giving birth to what looks like snakes. What animals look like, some of your reptiles and what have you, they have much like a snake. You open your mouth, what do you have? You have the jaw of a snake, right? You can open, some people can even dislocate when you're holding a snake. That's part of it. People are confused, and that's okay. People say, well, a snake will steal the eggs. You dissected snake's eggs. Why did you dissect snakes? Why did you dissect amphibious, right? You wanted to see what it looked like on the inside. Okay. We will take this. So does the snake signify penis? Right. No. I thought it was so great. I keep feeling like a slither. Artificial insemination. So the females were the experiment or abducted. They were an experiment. But they weren't it was like they were taken from other planets. Isis was shown to be human, okay? So Isis was human. Now, let's go to Horus. And Horus was depicted as a bird. So Isis gave birth to Horus. So Isis being a human, and she gave birth to a human with a bird face. Today, you see people and they look like they have a bird nose. Those are the descendants of Horus, the descendants of Isis. The DNA of Osiris. And Osiris was said to be a human too. So Horus was a hybrid, human DNA mixed with certain birds. You know what? I, it's that this mythical bird you're showing that's got lion bolt. That's the book. Okay. So that's what they are doing now. So my question to you now is, are we being shown the path So you're not afraid of what's still okay? Because they're doing zoology, okay? They're doing it in the center of the earth, in the coil, the different levels, depending on how their experiment turns out. If it has flaws, it goes down. You know, scholarship underneath. Okay, sorting through this. It's like what you're seeing when people are seeing these different forms of creatures. It's escaping. It's like it's escape from a certain place. And down in your hospitals, they're doing it in there too. And that's why people are saying that you're seeing certain things happening in the down in the basements of the hospital, certain activity, you see experiments. And I know that's what my vision showed me because in one part it was like I was down in and they were like it was a room, a dark room. It was dark. It was dungy. And me and this other person were there, and they were screaming and crying, and I just touched them, and when I touched them, it was like they went to sleep. And then I levitated out that plane fly and floated down the hallway, which looked like a really bright hallway, almost like you'd see in an institution when they're taking them through the hallway. Every the rooms are dark, but the hallways are brightly lit up. And I floated by people, and then I got to the chief or whoever it was, and I went and stood right up like I was laying on a bed thing, and then I just took the bed and floated in the air. And they took me, and it was like a group of them had me bent over like that, and one was about to come down on my a failed experiment, or was an experiment that wasn't failed, but one that you cannot get. I see who's by my because when I committed there, like it was like I was coming up and I was going through a hallway, like I was walking, actually, like walking through a hospital and going out the main doors. People were escorting me because somebody come in when they were going to break my neck, and in that dream vision, it was like, no, don't. They're invaluable. And I ended up at home and with it. I had a vision one time. It was so real. It was like a dream. It was like I was floating side of a ship, looked like I was on the edge of the ship in space, and I could see another planet. I'm going to show you something. Um, yeah. 9:30. Are you sniffing? Oh, oh. There we go. Okay. Spirit's way of trying to tell us. Look at that. Yeah. Look at the showing. There's like it's showing that it's hooked to something. Yes, I know that. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's universe showing us something because it does look like a being of light, colored light, attached to something. Those are signs and synchronicities, okay? Because I got that picture. Okay, so, huh, the kid's toy. Isn't the kid's toy like the kids put it in over with different colors, and then they missed the top one. 7 levels? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 8 levels. Abundance. Racetrack. Keep doing it. You know, 6, look, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. It's much like a spiral. And each time you go a level, you self-reflect. Because 6 actually signifies self-reflection. None has its wings. Sometimes these have wings. Told you, like Sphinx, Sphinx is actually a ship. You can see that's if you look at the Sphinx, if you look at this, yeah, I have a picture. And, Sphinx. That's cool. Yes, thank you. Those are good. There's a Sphinx. Look at the foot part. But you, unless your eyes are open, you will see it. See, they keep misrepresenting things on here, but I'm just talking about flat Earth, but I'm actually talking about sphere Earth round Earth and the theory. Just look up here. So who would know what things look like? It would be spirit, right? It would be consciousness. It would be the, God, the creator. Because the cool guys, I guess, I'm not sure. So your buildings are built in levels, and they want to get the high one right up to the sky. Which hey, what the fuck did you cut it down for and get it like destroy it in the first place? Oh, right, because it was one of those ones you had to be able to topple the other one, but you couldn't unless you tore the other ones down and said you have a limit of what you can build. People are still going to fight over flat Earth. I just and it's a force field project, maybe project glass, however referred to. But was that part of, how are we going to bring the truth to the people? Because we can't hide it. So we have to produce something that tells people, oh, it's artificial. See, it's much like the Bible. You read it as you interpret it, but doesn't mean you are you the one interpreting it, or are you listening to how someone else interprets it? You think that that like the QAnon, okay, is just exposing all this. Well, the QAnon is actually exposing the disclosure, not just of what's happening with those specific files and things like that. It's what are you actually living in wrong? You say things are inverted, right? So if things are inverted, wouldn't that mean that your mind is inverted? So you're only seeing you're trained to see it from one narrow-minded perspective with a few odds and ends and told those people are mad and that's conspiracy theory and oh that can't be because it's not scientifically proven. Usually things are not scientifically proven because the mind has not gone outside of the scientific theories and beyond. seeing in the ship. You're seeing what they want to show you, what they want you to see. The same as your scientists, they're only seeing what they're allowed to see. If they see something beyond that, that's when people will start saying, "They're crazy, they're crazy, they're crazy." That's your elites. It's the ones that preach about dogma, that preach about one thing or another and saying, "Oh, well, because you don't believe this way, we're going to kill you, we're going to exterminate you." They fucking do, right? They can. Say about a sky filling up. How about, like, it's a vast universe, but you say you're all clouds up because you say about how the universe works. Well, you don't even fucking know how the universe works. Because if you did, you wouldn't be fighting over flat earth and round earth. If you look at ice wall, you look at the world, okay, this is the best. Okay. Casino ice wall. Casino ice wall. Okay, but people say, well, that's the flat earth theory. That's the flat earth theory. Okay. So now you look at this and then go look at your moon. Okay. I showed you in pictures. Would you like me to show you it in the red? There's those two twos again. Okay. Say, oh, that's from this hidden and that hidden. Okay. So go in here. Do it in red. See, that's the part of questioning. And cross-referencing and actually looking at things because there's many people out here that you might see it questioning it. That's the part of like astronomy, astrology, astronomy. It's like spirit of itself, physical, mind, which you perceive to be the soul. But what people are missing is not really the soul, because you have a soul. It's the part of the spirit. The spirit is what produces life. And it's 333 out of the ordinary. Look beyond what you perceive to be normal or ordinary. Go beyond that and realize you're all saying disclosure, 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 but they can't leave. So if they can't leave, well, the only ones that are allowed to leave to go anywhere are the ones that it's in you, and then you can go out and do this. It's like the poles, right? And you have them closed off. Portals, speed of light, you see, super, oh, disappear. See you in the next tube. Who does that part? How do you even see those out office funnel things? Okay, you have it in one place. It's much like your waves when you send something through the internet. How the fuck do you get there? An invisible wiring system. Good, no good. Is it like the Korea? The underground will come from here and here to take you if you get loose. So there's a door here and a door here. It's like you're coming out into a warehouse building and you're going out the big bay doors. Do you think that real controllers are living up there? everyone's sitting in a big fucking room saying, or laughing and saying, it's Noah's Ark. It's two arcs. That's where the water is. Now, if I can get that back, the water. Okay, so the pie. So it took me to this. So it took me to this. Okay, because it's, with regards to, Spirit's trying to show me something here. So, things like, can you relate? So keep, you say the falling. So it wasn't an actual sexual act between the woman and the husband. It was the DNA. It was the DNA splicing, and they got exiled, and the children went looking. Only to find out that so that was what the split off. So they're hunting the children of the. Okay, I'm getting just one sec. Hunting the children of the Nephilim because the Nephilims were the original of the population. That's it's like I can feel people like it's like we're all trying. People are trying to sort this out, okay? And there's people that they don't believe in this stuff. If you don't believe in this stuff, mosey on your way, unless you're ready to, listen without judgment. You might learn something, and some people say, "Yeah, listening to you might get stupider too." Really? Only because the ones that don't want you understanding and seeing things from a different perspective, because it means you see that, especially when you're friends of the world, right? They're trying to keep her in the black hole, put a lid on it, right? So, some people are saying like they have God put in some kind of bullet under the vacuum. So when you talk about the Vatican, what is like you talk about it like under the church or the church? Because all the record keeping, the people of record keeping, they make it look like fire, but before they set fire, they actually take everything out. So how do you think they poured it over your whole whole. So if anything was all right, it's like they're holding the holding much like your Epstein. So when you're okay. Before you even okay, before you were even put into before you even put back into a civilization, it's like they give you that. I'm saying a chip. Okay? And when I say chip, it's a lot of people know it's a specific. It's not big. I know I'm getting into things that okay, a lot of people think because they're talking about chips, right? Getting the chip in the brain. Okay. See, the thing is, if people are daft enough to believe that you don't have any sort of chip in your body, you're like right out there. That's how they keep track. Even if you go underground, you say they don't know where you are, they know where you are at all times because it's like the big screen. If you're if you're a guinea and you're seeing like, okay, who is going to be, why do you think in the military and what have you, in certain places they say you have to sign in your baptism, you're you're making an oath, right? And if you appear that you're out of sorts or you have gone what they would perceive to be rude because you no longer see or believe that, how else would they chip you? Okay, they chip through the bloodstream, okay? And the baby is chipped from before birth because it goes through the bloodstream into the umbilical cord, into the baby. Then you sign, people say you sign the baby, you go, and each time you do a ritual. Now you do a ritual. That's what it sounds like. You're fucking way out there. I'm not. Spirit, like it's like there's so much overthinking. Okay, when you watch the series, when you watch the movie The Matrix, okay, and it has him in when he takes the pill, it has him in a water containment, right? Much the same as the mother's womb. Okay, the plug signifies okay. They put the plug in the brain. Okay, so where does the plug really start with regards to the fetus? Everything starts from the brain. So when you're in your mother's womb, what your mother experiences, how your mother feels, reacts, what have you, you experience it all, not only through the bloodstream, but physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritual aspect of it. Okay, so when you put in, think of it this way: okay, when you take USB, it has no memory, right? There's nothing on it, right? There's nothing. So you put it in, right? It gets connected. It gets, whatever is in one, it goes into the chip, correct? That's why, you become much like your parents. You become much like your surroundings. You become much like what you watch, eat, sleep, or eat and hear and experience, right? So that's the part of you begin to be programmed by the DNA that is inserted into the mother, which then goes through the umbilical cord into the brain of the child, because that's what develops first. So whatever the mother experiences, the baby experiences it too. That's when you say about being passed down. The chip is passed down. The program is passed down. You're putting, you're saying, what's his face? What's his face? Elon Musk. Okay, you're saying about him developing a chip. Well, he's not the first one to develop a chip. So, if you're gonna like condemn him, like seriously, like you think he's the first one to develop a chip? Those chips were created long before you even came into existence as a human race. So you're kicking a stink up saying they're using chips, they never stopped using them. More as uh, the first chip programmed the next chip and programmed the next chip. You get your web. That's where some parts of what you perceive to be the madness. So look at it's what the Cyclops sees. Right? I 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks of stars and galaxies. I took, and the whole time I was just writing down, like, what I was. Here with my stars and galaxies. Okay, hydrogen 1, helium 2. Okay. How do they know what is inside the sun? Okay. And then I connected the sun to the heart. Proton dash D, or proton plus D electrical charge. Okay. Water within the human body. Okay. So water within the human body gives that electrical charge, and when your static electricity travels through the air and it connects with the water particles, that's what conducts it. Neutrons, neutral. Okay, human and electrical system. What is the center of the human heart? I have Art McDonald. Oh, okay, sunspot. I was jotting some of the stuff down. Have spots on the human heart. Okay, when they're doing the EKG or what have you, what it would be like the movement of the heart, right? That's how they're doing it. Like it goes like that, right? Something else is say. Okay. Okay, what is the very center of the human heart? Magnetic field in the human body. UV rays. Spots on the human heart are the white light. So this is UV. Okay. Human heart is the magnet. And then I have N dash S plus, well, that plus 9, negative 9 equals 1 plus 8 equals 9. Then I have tests. Well, I didn't make it through the test. I'm a poor student. Giant molecule clouds. Okay, and then it has about the sun, and it was like the crown, the coronavirus. The corona is the crown around the heart. The heart is, or this around the sun. The sun is the heart. The heart has the corona. It has the energy around it. And each time you experience something, it shoots something out. Dust, sand, dirt in the eyes, clouds. Main sequence mass, blue, orange, purple Lego block, building blocks. And that's as far as I got in that class. I went and spent $800 on books for that class. 2 books for that class. And all I could relate everything to was the human body as being that part of the human. You come through the black hole, you come through the ship. It's like mother here, conceived in here, and you get pushed out the black hole. So when you're seeing and saying that these ships, you're seeing them go in, and it's at different ends of the world. Okay, you see they're coming up out of the water and landing on the earth, but they're not coming from the door. When you say they're shooting the ships down, is it that they're shooting because they're a threat, or is it because they're trying to escape? It's like a captivity. See, do you think that Noah, like it was Noah's Ark seems like, and you said it, like the Ark has been happening, and it was said to be happening. Right? Okay, sit with this. And you fly to get to different places. Sometimes you drive. So the flood in the Ark was said in many different places. So wouldn't Noah have had to go to these separate places, or Noah's offspring going and collecting the DNA, because in order to get rid of what it was they wanted to get rid of, they had to flood the whole world so everything and everyone would go in it. But somehow you say it was only Noah and his wife and what, 3 kids. Noah was a giant, and his wife was human. You always have to have the human to repopulate, because without yeah, the female, because without the female, nothing would ever be in existence. Is it possible that two were created and the rest were the clones? That family were all clones? Because I'll tell you, I've had dream visions where I was actually in labor and I woke up and my belly was hurt. And I almost felt empty. I went into a hospital one day. I put me in a psychiatric unit. That was the day that, I went in for belly pain. We were doing an ultrasound. But before I was sitting there and I was talking to the doctor, and my belly started extending. And then they went and the doctor and brought the ultrasound right in the room. Why didn't you take me to the thing? I'm not bedridden. They brought it in, and the doctor did it themselves. And I could hear, like, about in the mind, they were looking at each other in weird looks, and I could hear the person sleep and, oh, that looks good, and everything like that. But it was that part of, I was like, it's like I was telling someone to hide, but I could still feel what I was experiencing. And then I got put in the psychiatric, and it convinced me to take a pill that would calm me down, and anxiety. And I woke up the next morning, like just all confused, and, like felt weird. But you'll say I'm delusional because that's the only way that the human brain can comprehend anything that's in this time that you don't understand. Somebody just said that my microphone. Oh, it wouldn't put it past me that they mute me. But there has been other people who said that they met people that they remembered from being on a ship and found out that they had family. So it's like they were torn from their families and made to forget. And then told, well, that's not good. Oh, many times I was running through, like trying to escape, and usually one person always and ended up with me. I was laying in a bed, I was looking around me, and it was like 7 or 8 of them, and their face looked like big light bulbs. It's like people will laugh over that, right? But you will like put the halo. I can feel that. It's like an agitation and tearing, trying to tear somebody all apart. It's like Olaf pulls himself back together. You know, an iguana grows birds back, right? Oh, I can feel that. It's like right in here. Alercito. Remoto como en Anayesito, eh? Like my gallstopper. So now you take in order for us to read it won't read out. Why? Why wouldn't it read? You say it's rotating, but is that just another thing they're telling us? Spinning on its axles? Okay, so it's constantly moving in the middle. Sikut tayo. Kaya kalain, koreano yay. Sikut ko. And it's like the day that the day that works is doesn't really that's the day. That's the day the ship started. How many have been up in a plane and actually looked down? And when you go up really high, what do you see? You can actually see the formations of all the land later. Now, when you go up in one of those little planes and you look down, okay, it looks really weird. Because have you ever seen like when architects do stuff and they have like it's like and it does. Everything looks like the buildings look like the mountain. It's really fucking weird. I mean, I've seen it from both perspectives, and it looks really weird that when you're looking at it 1,200 feet, it doesn't look like it. And then when you look at it from the sky, and you look down as you go up further and further, it looks like it's actually traditional. Whereas you would think that, it would have a flow to it, whether the landmass looks different or not. It actually looks like somebody drew it the further you get. Just remember, get up to plate. He was pushing it right out of my hand. See? Stick like that. Put it with power like that. Like that. So flat theory, round theory, spirit. 'Cause. you know, the diamond, okay? So as above, so below, okay? So the pyramids, you're digging in, right? Okay, so if you're digging in, you have the ship above and you have the ship below. Pyramid, right? Then you have the cone. So this here, like it's the funnel, you're saying like the portals, you're saying the portals, you're saying that the North has a portal, the South has a portal. You talk about the Hunger Games, how they run through, like, they're running through the ice wall, as you, as you call it. You say about the equator. The equator is, like the separation of the two worlds. Saying the separation, but the separation. Like, this, when you say outside of the ice, those are the other planets, but other ships too. Just do what you will with it. Say I'm crazy out to lunch because, excuse me, you have the theory of flat Earth and you have the theory of sphere Earth because you say that it kept coming together and friggin' forming together, but then big rocks come and hit it. So if big rocks came and hit it with what have you, but if you take dirt and you lay it on a spinning device, the dirt flies. I read up about what would happen if an asteroid hit the moon, or if hit the moon. It said it would send it all in different particles. Okay, so the moon is said to be a magnetic field. The black side of the moon is the moon. Like I said, it's like this. He said like it's like the Earth traveling. Okay, so they're saying like the new people said about place in Canada that that's where they did the recording for Mars. Is it possibly telling you something? You didn't feel that? Like, yeah, come on, go see how footage you can watch the good do it anyway. I put that back to video. Time travel, growth, expansion, patience. That's what I had last time. We were talking about the ancient civilizations. Okay, this here. Okay, the planning. It's like the inner. Think of a clock. The inner workings of a clock. Okay, because this is my time travel. Okay, the inner workings of a clock. So a compass is another form of clock. Dance with me, dance with me, let's go dance and do it. Bonito, eso toca eso muy bien. Okay. See, you think of it this way, okay? How they say how they built ancient civilizations, right? With regards to the pyramids and what have you, how they look, how they're so it's because the materials they use. What real materials did they use? And if you really went deep enough, you would find out that the real materials they used was not from what you perceive to be good. Just remember, everything is created from a cell, and you can 3D print things. And you think that 3D printing is a new thing? Holy shit! You went to the wrong part of school. This is hey, this is part of the growth. Once you realize things, like everything, it's like the internal growth too. It's like your whole wiring system begins to grow. The cells begin to come back to life. It starts the expansion. It shuts down the old programming, and you start seeing from a different perspective. Oh, shit. Holy cow! So what you're seeing now is they are showing you. Okay, where the Sphinx is, it was actually full and lush. The earth was full and lush. you're looking for a specific place. Was the mothership the Eden? Was the ship the mothership? Like they say about nebula, what happens when it's going to be coming close to it over 36 years, right? Okay. Is that the mothership? The aspect of the mothership. You know, and it's, it docked up and now it's separating from it's separating again. The two worlds are splitting. Expansion. Expansion is mind. Yeah, I think I just hey, there's Saturn. What's going on with Saturn? It's spinning around, right? It's a constant spinning. Is that just another level? You know, thinking, it's like shit. Why do I have? The disclosure is happening, and it's happening faster than what they anticipated. And that's why they're scrambling. That's why they're scrambling. They're keeping you distracted because the more you wake up, the more disclosure comes through. And, then it's like then they have nowhere to run because no matter if they go up or down, they will be seen. So that's why they're hiding out in the middle. It's like a fugitive. They're cloning themselves to keep themselves safe and sending the clones up on the earth, what have you. Their minions, their mini me's. They're putting different. They're setting them out at different ages of themselves. Back years ago, my sister told me she was at a fair and she said that there was a woman there that looked like me, only she would be in her 40s. So was that me in the future traveling back? Because see, the thing is, what people don't realize is, like, you are traveling through time constantly, whether you're aware of it or not. You could be going through time and going in like 5 minutes before or 10 minutes after. That's how they're making all of these places and things look the way they are. Because they're going back and they're changing certain things. They can't evolve without you. can't evolve without them. See, the thing is, you've already evolved in many ways. And that's why they keep trying to splice your DNA. You have people saying that people are going in to get artificially inseminated, and they're taking certain characteristics from different cells. It's like when the baby's born and they cut the umbilical, really they're not, they shouldn't be cutting them. What does the mother do in the animal kingdom? She eats the placenta, right, and then waits for the cord to fall off itself. Now you understand why they're do they want babies? No, not in the way they like, it's like they like using what it like they use aborted babies for stem cell research. But when they're wanting you to go to full term, they're getting the most from the placenta. Because that's what everything was between the mother and the baby. It's like it's almost like if your car, okay, car runs out of gas, your water is like the water is like gas. It's toxic to drink oil or gas. See, yeah, this yeah, it's because it's in the Epstein files where it says so they say like when you have that metallic, especially if you're if you ever given some, what does it do? The hickey draws blood to the surface. And what does it do? It leaves a metallic base. Do you know it affects the brain? not in it's like a what they're doing is they're looking for that form of enlightenment that connects them to the spirit. Okay, so they figure God is the children. Like, well, you say that we're a child. Okay, it's like alcohol. You drink alcohol, what happens? Mainly, the alcohol goes to the brain, it toxifies the brain. It does the switch in the brain, gives you that craving. But you know, you taste it to taste, but it's an experience. It's like when people are using mushrooms or psychedelic drugs, the military, they were doing it through MKG or something like that. Experiment, right? Because they wanted to know how to get to that dark factor. And they believe that the sacrifice is that liquid only for a complete insanity. Because in order to do something like that, you have to be going through a form of insanity. And the only way to is by punching the crazy, right? Whether it be alcohol, drugs, or your, or your fear factor. It's because the body cannot produce its own. So it needs that quick fix, and then it's just like a frenzy. Washed in the blood of the Lamb. And they will say about being washed in the blood of the Lamb, they sacrifice and they love for blood all over and having food. Do you know what they feel to think of what happens when a woman has a menstrual cycle is closed. Think of when a woman is pregnant and she has a miscarriage, she produces clots. What's in those clots? Is it possible that it's much like the person? You have an answer. Which one survives? Just like those one. It absorbs the rest of them. So you have a cat, you have a dog, or something that lays that gives birth to five, six at a time. Sound fucked up? Of course it does. Because you believe things to be one way. It's just a gruesome conversation. I went from talking about this, but what I was talking about is you're saying about the earth, right? You're fighting over a flat earth, round earth, and I just showed you you're saying about the Epstein files, you're saying about the cannibalism and the rituals and everything like that. Well, fuck. Shit. How's what I brought forward any fucking different to what you're bringing forward? Only I put a different spin on it. They do it all down here, and then the hunt is up here. The hunt. And you're running through, because these are much like the tunnels. The tunnels running through tunnels here, and then it's like crossing over, and then you're in the trafficking, right? It's not about being afraid of something and fearing it. It's about exposing it and standing up to it when it tries to cause you fear again. It's about seeing beyond the illusion and looking to what's really like not just what's in front of you, because that's what they want you to look at. And then they'll distract you because they'll always mainly keep you over here into that. But you know, you see, like when you see these small arcs, those are the arcs that you see where everything. You take things from different countries, right? You take it. So for province to province, in ways it's like a whole other world because you have different laws. Like you have similar laws. Yeah. How did it work out for us? That's why they give it to you because it keeps you blind, stupid, and ignorant to the truth. You can take offense to that just your desire. Okay, so I've said before, okay, so you remember them here, right? You don't want to look at them, right? You don't want to look at them. When you do, you push it, that your voice box, you want to shut it, and you don't want to talk about it, right? So then you have your heart, you don't want something to do with it, so you push it in your solar box, right? So you're still struggling, so hey, it's sacred. So, you know, and Dora's box. Okay, so you have third eye. You have your third eye, crown chakra here, throat chakra, heart, solar plex, your sacral, and your root where you get the works. Okay. So if you're taking everything, you're pushing all down here, goes into that little box. What I said about the thing, all this root, you can go to the box, where hope resides. Right here. Right? Keep hoping and hoping and hoping. Okay? Hope is the path to hope. Okay? But what is hope? Hope is truth. Okay. When I say hope is truth, okay, I said, so the envelope, what the mother feels, the baby experiences. So the baby knows all that the mother is experiencing, has experienced, and gone through. All versions of it. passed down from her mother and her mother before her and before her and before her. You know, and it goes on. But people say, oh, well, we're not related. Well, you know, maybe not close relation. So then, remember what it sees, what it speaks and heard, because you know the vibration, what it felt, what intuition was bringing, you know, fear, whatever feeling you want to have about feeling. You should be under the hope. And then when hope is formed, okay, it starts all over. Because then it goes from being an inner spiritual, it comes into the physical. And it is repeated. Okay. So when you start moving, okay? Moving, you start to actually see it. Okay? So it's like all of a sudden hope wants to be seen. So hope says, fuck it, I'm going to be seen. Shortcut to the LCI. And hope takes the shortcut. Whatever hope seen on the way down, it comes up. Okay? It gets seen. Because hope makes you see it. Okay? When you open Pandora's box, this is opening Pandora's box. You call the woman's reproductive system and the vagina area the box, right? So it's like box is where creation is, right here, creation. Okay, this is the lab, and this is waiting for the enslavement. Okay, so it kind of explodes. It's like your internal filing cabinet, and as you like, it when hope comes abruptly, okay, that's when the filing cabinet blows and everything that you see or experienced in your childhood, that's when hope pops up. That's the remembrance, and it goes out. So you're moving through the equation, moving through the emotion. There's fertility, okay? So hope is fertility, okay? Hope's hidden in sick, okay? Womb. You become aware. Hope becomes aware of itself. Okay, hope is like the light, the spirit, because everything went into hope while hope was maturing, correct? So hope is the awareness. So it's aware of everything that's happening while it's in the black hole. The black hole stores information. Intuition, it's so hope is storing, right? And hope's intuition, I see, hope is seeing it not on a physical plane anymore because it's remembering back in the womb of the spiritual aspect. So then it understands, it starts viewing the physical world in more of the internal spiritual world of how it witnessed it and experienced it. Because you remember that baby experiences everything. So not only does it hear what the mother says, or it sees it, feels it, like I said, right? So it sees how other people. So when it starts to experience, okay, when it starts to experience that, that's when that you're told what I talk about here, spiritual stuff. Well, in certain communities, that's taboo, especially if it is the matriarchal, the matrix version of things. You're supposed to see it on a medical, scientific. They don't see it as it being of the spirit because the spirit is created first, and the physical embodiment goes around it. So the ones that say that the spirit is outside of you, the spirit is actually within you, and as you grow, as your spirit grows, it expands out. It expands outside of the physical being, but it still resides as the original because you were spirit before you were physical. Kailangan mahirap kung nisip ko siya kasi and I don't read. I'm not a very good reader. I can read. I just don't like to read out loud. The mysteries of the apocalypse. There's Temple of Diana. When I'm channeling, it's like other like when I'm channeling, they say the name. They refer as Diana, Mariana, Marietta. Those are more of like the main ones that are here. So the Temple of Diana, Mysteries of Religion, the seven wonders of the ancient world. They elected to indicate the three source of beginning knowledge. Okay, so seven wonders of the ancient world. Well, isn't that ironic? Well, shit. Seven wonders. The seven misunderstood. The seven stars. Okay, so Revelation talks about seven seals. Okay, so the seven chakras, the seven seals, seven spirits, seven deacons, seven angels, seven bowls, seven trumpets, seven demons, seven seals, seven spirits. So here, you have good chakra demons, sacred deacons, soul touch bowls, heart the angels, throat the trumpet, third eye the seal. It's the seal that cracks open. And that's the connection with the spirit. Because you move everything through your body and you realize that the spirit is within you and it extends outside of you. So says in here, the two cross is a sign which the Lord told me before I could see. Seven wonders of creation. So the seven songs, the seven songs. Like, that could be part of what it's saying here, the seven wonders. Because what are wonders? It's something to learn about. It's something that is just something to be understood. It's like you're looking at it before. But like I said, you do what you want. If you didn't see the whole thing, you're just coming in now or something like that, or you want to talk about, go to my YouTube channel, Spirit to Spirit Teaches, and oh shit, I've been on here. Holy crap, I've been on here 5 hours and 6 minutes. It doesn't feel like that. So hey, it's do what you will. Because it's almost like fear in the onion last time. I can feel that. Like it's like I know. I understand what it is that I want because I know what spirit showed me, like through visions of my through visions. looks like a whole shit swallow. Swallow. But you know, they're coming out of the water, so they release it. So with that being said, I'm sending you all much love, light, many blessings. Most importantly, very good health. So everyone wants you to lead to the secret. Wish all to be big, bold, brave, be yourself, be authentic, truly kind to yourself, truly kind to others, and you'll be good at yourself. It's about being authentic. Be who you are, not who somebody says you are. It's not about us belittling other people, or we're not always going to agree on things. It's like really sort of stuff. I'm bringing forward what spirit brought to me, and I'm cross-referencing it. And if you're not understanding that, then step back and start looking at things from a different perspective and not what you learned from the other, not what somebody else said, but actually do your own work. If you really care that much and you're that interested in it, until we've done our own work, we need to sit with it. Because that's what makes the most sense. Even if you don't think it does, because you're going by more of a scientific point of view of everything has to have a scientific explanation. Well, maybe it does have that explanation that you're looking for, but you're not seeing it in that way. And right now, my head just, it was like, holy shit balls of stuff just come flooding in all at once. It's like, whoa, man, mein vak durísimo. It's like spin. It's like they're spinning you again. So please, next time you say about the earth spinning, I want you to stand in one place and I want you to spin around as fast as you can and tell me how that works out for you. Because just think of it. Your earth is said to be going faster than you. And by the time you get spinning, what happens? You spin, like you spin so fast. So what happens? You fucking trip and fall down. Or you're like, you're drunk all over the place. Like what happens when you feel the earth shift under your feet? You're walking on soft ground, what happens? It's like, whoa. Just like,